I guess I was, but I'm not anymore. I don't know why my father doesn't keep you in prison, she said. Oh, I know the answer to that one. I'm his dancing bear, Holden said, and lay back on the grass and looked up at the sky. High white clouds against the blue and the glittering lights of the construction platforms beyond them. Teresa understood the game. He was pulling her into conversation. The thing about the rain and the soil, how Muskrat got her name. Now this mysterious dancing bear comment. All of them were invitations, but it was up to her whether to play along. Dancing bear, she said. Old kings used to have dangerous animals in their courts. Lions, panthers, bears. They teach them to do tricks, or at least not to eat too many of the guests. It's a way to show power. Everyone knows a bear is a killer, but the king is so powerful that a bear's just a plaything for him. If Duarte kept me in a cell, people might think he was afraid of me, or that I might be a threat if I got out. If he lets me out, lets me roam around with what sort of looks like freedom, and tells everyone that comes to the palace that he's cut my nuts off. He didn't sound angry at all, or resigned. If anything, he was almost amused by it. You're getting your back wet lying down like that. I know. The moment stretched, and she felt the silence pushing at her. How many people did you kill? Depends on how you count it. I tried not to get anyone killed when I could help it. The thing is, I am in prison. Right now, I'm pretty sure there are at least 2 very well-trained snipers ready to open up my brain pan if I try to hurt you. So not only am I not inclined to hurt you, I literally couldn't, even if I thought it was a good idea. That's the point of a dancing bear. It's the least dangerous thing at the court, because everyone's aware of it. The ones you trust are always the most dangerous. A lot more kings and princesses got poisoned by their friends than eaten by bears. Her handheld chimed. Colonel Illich asking to speak with her. She sent an acknowledgement, but didn't open a connection. Holden grinned up at her. Duty calls? He asked. Teresa didn't answer him except to tap her leg. Muskrat hauled herself up to her feet and trundled over, as pleased to leave as to stay. Teresa turned back toward the state building. When Holden called back after her, there was a buzz in his voice, like he was trying to fit more meaning into the words than the syllables could hold. If you're worried, you should keep an eye on me. She looked back. He was sitting up. As she'd warned, his back was dark with wet, but he didn't seem to care. They're watching me all the time, he said, even when it seems like they aren't. You should keep an eye on me. She frowned. All right, she said, and then walked away. As she headed back toward her rooms and the colonel, Muskrat huffing contentedly at her side, Teresa tried to decide what she was feeling. The sting of Connor and Muriel was still there, and the shame that feeling stung. But they weren't as immediate as they had been. And along with them was an uneasiness she couldn't quite fit her mind around, only that it had to do with the fact that Muskrat liked stumbling across James Holden, and she didn't. She found Colonel Illich in the common area. The couches and sofas felt very different with all the other students gone. The walls themselves felt like they'd taken a step back and left a fraction more room for the emptiness. Her footsteps echoed, and so did Muskrat's claws tapping against the tile. Illich was going through something on his handheld, but he stood up as soon as she came near. Thank you, he said. I hope I wasn't interrupting anything. Nothing important, she said. I was just walking. That's excellent. Your father asked me to see whether you were available. An incident? Piracy and Sol system, Illich said. Then, a moment later, piracy with some unfortunate security implications. There may need to be an escalated response. Did something important go missing? Yes. But before we go to your father, Illich's expression softened. For a moment, he had the same expression she'd just seen on James Holden. It was eerie. I don't want to intrude, but I had the feeling that there was something bothering you at the peer seminar today. This was her moment. All she had to say was that she didn't feel comfortable with Muriel anymore, and the girl would never be welcome at the state building again. Or that she wanted to go on the next camping overnight that the school took. Then she could sneak out at night. And kiss a boy down by the water. She could feel the words in her mouth, solid and hard as candy. But then Illich would know. He knew already. The ones you trust are always the most dangerous. Teresa, Illich said, is something wrong? No, she said. Everything's fine. Chapter 10. Elvie. Something was wrong. She didn't know what it was, only that she had an overwhelming sense of threat and dislocation. She was coughing and vomiting breathable liquid, and Fayez was already gone. His couch looked empty and dry. He'd been out of it a while. Her mind slowly came back. She was on the Falcon. They'd been burning hard to the Tacoma system. She'd been in a high-G crash couch, and something had gone wrong. She tried to say what happened, but all that came out was, well, don't try to speak yet, her med tech said. A likable young ensign named Calvin with dark skin and features that made Elvie think his ancestors might have come from the same region of West Africa as her own. She'd never asked, because he almost certainly wouldn't know. Laconians did not share the Earther interest in ethnic origins. His face seemed to swim in and out of focus, and her mind felt weirdly disconnected from her body. What? She said, ignoring his advice, and then she vomited again. Stop it, Calvin said more forcefully. You had a reaction to the sedative mix while you were under. We had to run some tests and a procedure before we revived you to make sure we didn't do any damage. Calvin pulled a medical cuff off her arm that she hadn't even noticed was there. The needles stung as they retracted. Several tubes ran from the cuff to a drug dispensing monitor nearby. Elvie tried to read the screen to see what they'd been pumping into her, but her eyes couldn't focus. The words remained a mysterious blur. What? She managed to get out without vomiting, but before she could finish, Fayez burst into the room. You woke her? Why didn't anyone call me? He yelled at Calvin. Let me see her chart. Fayez grabbed her hand and squeezed a little too hard. Up close, she could see that his eyes were a little red and puffy. Had he been crying? Sir, Calvin said, she woke because the procedure had finished. All her scans are clean. No brain damage. There should be no loss of function. Brain damage? Elvie croaked out. Were we thinking brain damage? Her throat felt bad. Fayez grabbed a plastic bottle of water with a straw and held it up to her lips. She drank greedily. Apparently she was thirsty. Good to know. There was some concern that your breathing had been depressed, Fayez said as she gulped down the water. We just wanted to be sure. It was unlikely, Calvin added, but we wanted to take every precaution. What happened? Elvie finally managed to say once her thirst was quenched. You didn't tell her? Fayez shot at Calvin. Els, honey, you had a reaction to... No, she cut him off. I know that. Where are we? I feel gravity. Are we through the transit? As she spoke, Calvin began putting his instruments away. It looked like whatever had happened to her, the treatment for it was over. Yes, Faya said. We're in Tacoma right now. We're finishing our deceleration burn. I've been out that long? I was scared to death, Els. I'm getting a full battery of tests run to make sure this doesn't happen again. Segala's schedule won't... Segala agreed with me. I was surprised too. I think the prospect of losing Duarte's pet biologist had him pissing his uniform. Calvin snorted at that. I'm done here. Do you need anything else? No, Elvie said. Yes, when can I go back to work? Now, if you feel up to it. Thank you, Calvin, Elvie said. Calvin gave her a salute and a smile. My pleasure, Major, he said, then left the compartment. Maybe you should rest, Faya said. He was frowning at her. Elvie laughed. He almost never frowned, and with his baby face, it made him look like a petulant child. I'm fine, she said. And then, okay, I'm not fine. I'll be fine. It's just travel. I don't like it, Faya said. She took his hand. Her skin felt sticky. She was going to need a real shower. So, Tacoma system, she said. The probe said it was a neutron star. She tried sitting up. Her head swam a little, so she stopped there. It is, Fayez agreed, putting a hand on her back to help steady her. But, weirder. The dizziness passed, and her eyes were focusing better as well. The text on the screens around her became actual letters and numbers. Help me up, she said, then dropped her feet to the floor. Fayez put an arm around her waist as she tried standing. Her legs were a little weak, but the gravity felt like they were only burning at a quarter G or so it was easy to stay upright. Fayez gave her a look, then took his arm away, waiting close by to grab her if she fell. She didn't. I'll need some clothes, she said. Fayez nodded and opened a nearby storage locker. Weirder how? Emptied, Fayez said, then tossed her uniform and some clean underclothes on the couch. Massive, rapidly spinning neutron star, no planets, planetoids, asteroids, nothing. Elvie pulled off the thin smock she wore in the submersion couch and headed to the shower. Fayez followed her in, carrying a towel. The blast of hot water made her dizzy again, but one hand on the wall and some deep breathing exercises cleared it up in a few seconds. Fayez watched closely, but once he was sure she was all right, he relaxed. As she washed the last of the goop off her body, Elvie said, They cleared everything out to make a diamond backup drive too. This is more than that. I don't mean no planetary bodies. I mean no nothing. No micrometeors, no dust, no spare protons floating around. The vacuum here is as hard as it can get. That's okay. Weirder. Elvie turned the water off and Fayez tossed her the towel. I mean, is that even possible? No, not unless there's something keeping it clean. We're still in the Milky Way. There should be some spare crap floating through now and then. So not only is the system cleaned out, something's actively keeping it cleaned out. And get this, the gate is 5 times farther out from the star than any of the other gates. And it's above the plane of the ecliptic, 90 degrees. Don't even get me started on the star. What's going on with the star? It's massive. I mean, like, spit on it, it'll start to collapse into a black hole level massive. Good that there's no spit around then, right? It turns out neutron stars aren't much to look at. Unless you can see the magnetic fields, they're just underwhelming. I mean, the densest matter possible, forces so powerful as to break space-time? Sure, bright as hell, you bet. But I was expecting a light show or something. It just looks like another sun, but smaller and kind of angry about it. This one is spinning fast enough to land in the pulsar range. We're far enough away to avoid the worst of the magnetic disturbance. She took a deep breath. She could hear the anxiety in his words. She knew what they meant. "I'm fine," she said. "You aren't. You could have died. I didn't, though. And now I'll be fine." "Okay." Elvie finished drying off and stuffed the towel into the recycler. Fayez pulled a jar of scalp cream out of a cabinet and began rubbing it into her short, tight curls with his fingertips. It felt wonderful to have him massaging her head. When you find a man who takes pleasure in helping you avoid dry scalp, Elvie thought, you keep him. "You can do that all day if you want," she said. "If we had all day, my attentions would begin moving south," he replied with a grin. "But we're killing our burn in about 2 hours, and I don't believe that you're going to wait one more second to start working." He closed up the cream jar and put it away while she started pulling on her clothes. "So what were they thinking?" Elvie said. "Making a neutron star so big it's hovering on the edge of collapse, and then clearing everything out of the system so that it doesn't. Moving the ring out of the ecliptic." "You think they made a neutron star?" "Seems more likely they just built a gate to a dud system." "How?" "There had to be life here for them to hijack, or the gate wouldn't have been built. This was a living system like Sol that got turned into..." She waved her hand. "Yeah," Fayez agreed. "I don't know. Honestly, this miracles and wonders thing feels like drinking from a fire hose sometimes." Elvie finished with her uniform, then brushed her teeth as Fayez waited and watched her. She gave herself one last critical look in the mirror, then said, "Let's go see the boss." Fayez grabbed her and undid her careful uniform straightening with a hug. "Thanks for not dying, Els." 48 hours later, they'd gone through the drill. The ship's system had analyzed the telescopic data. Elvie had gone to pay her respects to the catalyst the way she always did, and then performed the experiment. The protomolecule reached out, and the data streamed in. The Falcon searching for any change, any effect. This time, Elvie actually let herself sleep in between. Near-death experiences wore her out, apparently, even if she hadn't been aware of them at the time. In addition to which, this time there wasn't much to see. When they'd finished their analysis, Segale came to the bridge and braced himself on one handhold and one foothold. His eyes shifted from one screen to the next, taking in the data streams with an air of pleasure. "Mehmet," Elvie said. "Major Okoye," Segale said, and nodded toward the main monitor. Magnified so that it filled the screen, the tiny but massive star was the only object within nearly 2 light years of the Tacoma Gate. "Tell me that this system is the most important scientific discovery of all time." "No," Elvie replied. "Pretty sure the big green diamond still wins that prize. But it is amazing." The neutron star on the screen was too hot to radiate much energy as visible light, but the screen still had to dim it down to keep it from blinding everyone in the room. "More than 3 stellar masses stuffed into a ball half the size of Rhode Island," Jen said. "What's a Rhode Island?" Trevant asked. He'd been a Martian back before they were all Laconians. "Major Okoye," Segale said, ignoring the banter, "am I correct that this is exactly what it looks like? A single unusable star in a system devoid of other artifacts or exploitable planets?" Something in his tone caught Elvie's attention. It had a stiff formality to it, as though he were asking her questions under oath. She felt like they were engaging in some sort of ritual that he understood and she didn't. "That's what it looks like," she said carefully. "Yes." Segale nodded his massive head at her. The pleasure seemed to radiate from him. "Come to my office in 5 minutes." He pulled himself away, disappearing down the corridor. Fayez met her gaze and lifted an eyebrow. "Makes me nervous too," she said. She checked the data one last time, like she was going over her class notes before a test. She had a sense that there was something in it she'd overlooked. It wasn't a feeling she liked. "Coffee?" Segala asked when she arrived. He was floating next to the beverage machine inset in one of the bulkheads of his office. 2 drinking bulbs drifted next to him. It was the first time he'd ever offered her anything in hospitality. It made her nervous. "Sure," she said, so that he wouldn't notice. The machine hissed as it injected cups of coffee into the bulbs one at a time. "Sweetener? Whitener?" Segala asked, still fussing with the machine. "No." Segala turned to her and gently pushed one of the bulbs in her direction. She caught it and depressed the bubble on the lid that opened the flow to the drinking tube, then took a sip. The coffee was just right. Hot, but not scalding. Bitter and strong and vaguely nutty. "Thank you," she said, waiting for the other shoe to drop. "I want to extend the thanks of the Laconian Empire for your work on this project. Now that we have identified a system of no utility, we are moving to the military phase of the operation," Segala said after a short pause while he sipped at his coffee. "The what?" "2 ships are entering this system as we speak," he said. "They are both uncrewed and controlled remotely from this vessel. Both are large freighters. One is empty. The other has a payload." "A payload?" "The High Consul has been able to use the construction platforms over Laconia to isolate and contain antimatter. The second ship is carrying slightly over 20 kilograms in a magnetic containment device." Elvie felt lightheaded again. Maybe she was still recovering from her near-death experience. Maybe it was her superior officer telling her that he had enough explosive power to glass the surface of a planet. Probably it was both. She took a moment to get her breath back. "And why?" she asked. "The High Consul's directive for this expedition was twofold," Segala said. "The first was the mission you were briefed about. You and your team have done all that could be asked in this effort, and my reports back to Naval Command reflect this." "Okay, thanks. What was the second thing?" Elvie asked. "The second aspect of this mission is outside your expertise, which is why it was kept on a need-to-know basis. We were to find a gate-connected system with minimal value, such as this one." She let go of the coffee bulb, and it began gently floating away. "Am I allowed to know what Phase 2 is? Because if I don't need to know, it seems sort of mean to have this conversation." "You are. In fact, you are essential to it, and I have every confidence that you will continue to excel as our mission changes, though you will no longer have operational command," Segala said. There was something like sympathy in his eyes. For the very first time, Elvie got the sense that Segala liked her, or at least respected her. "The High Consul's first priority is to find a way to defend humanity against whatever destroyed the gate builders." He paused for a moment, like he didn't quite believe what he was about to say, like he'd been waiting for a long time to say it. "The test we are about to perform is the beginning of that process." He tapped at his desk, and a map of the Tacoma system appeared above it. The neutron star at its center, the distant gate, the Falcon floating at the midway point, and the 2 new freighters drifting near the entry point. "We are going to monitor this system with every instrument at our disposal, just as we always have," Segala said. "But this time, out in the hub network, traffic control is running ships through the gates until the energy transfer load reaches the critical state. When the critical level is reached, we're going to transit the empty freighter from this system." You're going to deliberately Dutchman a ship? We are. When it vanishes, while the energy transfer load is still high enough to make transits impossible, I will set the trigger on the antimatter containment field and transit the second ship. It too should vanish, but it will have a timer set to detonate the load. Elvie felt her stomach cramp up like he punched her in the solar plexus. It was suddenly hard to breathe. Why would you? Because one of two things is true, Segale said. Either there is an intelligence that lies beyond those gates that is making the choice to destroy our ships, or there is some natural effect of the gate system itself that does it. This is how we will determine that. Elvie reached for a handhold in the bulkhead behind her and pulled herself to the wall. Her heart was going faster. You think you can kill them? That isn't the issue. Whether something on the other side dies or doesn't die. What matters is that it is punished. After this experiment, sometime later, we will run the energy up to the point of another Dutchman and see if the ship is taken. If the ship survives transit, we will know the bomb convinced our opponent to change their stance toward us. That's a terrible plan. If it does change, we'll know the enemy is capable of change. That it's intentional and possibly intelligent. If not, we'll repeat the test until we're reasonably certain that no change will be forthcoming. I take it from your expression that you have some thoughts on the mission you'd like to share. Elvie's voice sounded outraged, even to her. The last time we made them angry, they turned off every consciousness in the solar system, and there was a massive surge in virtual particle activity. They fired a bullet that broke spooky interactions in ways we're still trying to make sense of. Every one of those things defies our understanding of how reality works. So we're going to throw a bomb at them? Segale nodded, agreeing and dismissing her at the same time. If we could send a sternly worded letter, we'd try that. But this is how you negotiate with something that you can't speak to. When it does something we don't like, we hurt it. Every time it does something we don't like, we hurt it again. Only once. If it can understand cause and effect, it will get our message. Jesus. We aren't the aggressor here. We didn't hit anyone first. We just haven't hit anyone back until now. She could hear Winston Duarte in the word choices, even in the cadence Segale delivered them with. It made Elvie want to throw her coffee bulb at his face. Fortunately, it had drifted several meters away, saving her from a court-martial. Thanks to you, we've found a sample system. This is the safest place in the Empire for humanity to conduct these tests. This is a bad idea. I don't think you're hearing what I'm saying. When humans first began experimenting with fission bombs, Segale said, as if she hadn't spoken, they used empty islands for their tests. Consider this our Bikini Atoll. Elvie laughed at him, but there was no humor in it. My God, you people really are this dumb, she said. Segale frowned at that, but she powered on anyway. First of all, the Bikini Atoll wasn't empty. The people that lived there had their homes stolen and were sent away, and the islands were filled with plant and animal life that was annihilated. We have established that this system has nothing that Elvie didn't let him finish. But putting that aside for a moment, I just said whatever lives inside those gates has a very different understanding of physics than we do. Is it limited to taking its anger out on only one solar system? You don't know that. You can't know that. Passivity didn't save the gate builders. It won't save us. The High Council has considered the risks and judged a proactive, direct path to be the best option available. He spread his hands. What can be done? As if Duarte's word were a force of nature, inescapable and unquestionable. It was like talking to a recording. You are about to run an n=1 experiment, where 1 is the number of universes we can break, trying to satisfy Duarte's curiosity. Chapter 11. Alex. The shipyards on Callisto were a perfect example of the old idea that ships and buildings keep learning, even after they're built. History took whatever it found and used it for what was happening at the time, remaking the spaces into whatever worked well enough to get by at the moment, until history itself became a kind of architect. Callisto had been a divided base once, pretty much the same way medieval villages had been built just outside castle walls. Civilian shipyards had grown up around the older MCRN base until the military and commercial concerns were almost the same size. The Free Navy had raided the Martian side even before the Free Navy really existed, pounding that half of the base into dust and bodies. Then, in the aftermath of the Great Defection that became the seeds of Laconia, the rebuilding of the Martian shipyards had been left incomplete. During the starving years, it had been abandoned. But the real estate was there, and as the need grew again, what had been military structures were taken over again. Nothing died without becoming the foundation for what came after. They had been on Callisto for 8 days so far, and it wasn't certain when they'd ship back out. There were several of the big cargo ships in Sol system that might be able to smuggle the storm, if that was what the Underground decided to do next. Or maybe they'd stay in Sol. For all Laconia's ambitions, there were still more people, stations, and ships in the Sol system than outside it. That was changing, though. Someday, within Alex's lifetime, they'd cross the threshold, and Sol really would be just one system among many. The oldest, most human system in the Empire, sure, but not home. There would be 1,000 homes. And if history was a guide, in a generation or two, everyone would think wherever they were was the most important one. The restaurant Casper had taken him to, for example, was in a reinforced dome that had clearly been Martian military construction. A supply depot, probably. Now all the fail-closed locks were gone, and the reinforced walls were hung with batiked cloth and the kind of tapestry that interior decorators churned out by the square meter. The menu billed itself as Moroccan, but the couscous was made with mushrooms, and the beef all had the overly consistent grain that meant it had grown in a vat. The recipes might have had their roots on Earth, but Alex knew belter food when he tasted it. He and Casper and the rest of the crew wore printed flight suits with a triangle and curve logo that implied they worked for a gas mining cooperative called Harum Alam that worked the Jovian moons. The gathering storm was hidden in a generations-old mine that was marked on the surveys as having been lost to collapse 15 years before. It had been an OPA smuggling base, and the plan was to leave it there for a few weeks while the Laconian security forces were on high alert. Which meant, in the meantime, the crew could take a little time off the ship. Drink, visit brothels, play go-go and handball and two-court football. Or fold up their legs on soft woven cushions, listen to flute and drum music from hidden speakers, and scoop up little bits of fungus pretending to be wheat flour and cubes of spiced beef that had never been a cow. Another advantage was that a little time on Callisto with civilians meant they could take the temperature of the system, see how everyone was reacting to the news of the Underground's attack. It turned out the response wasn't what Alex had expected. Nothing? Casper said. Alex cycled through the news feeds again. Food production on Earth and Ganymede were up this quarter, easily matching the established projections. A group in the Krasnoyarsk-Sakha shared interest zone was petitioning for trade autonomy. The settlement on Navnan Gar was reporting the discovery of a massive underground crystal network. and a special scientific commission was being assembled to determine whether it was another alien artifact or something that had occurred naturally on the planet. The lead singer of Tuva, Tuva, had sent nude photos of himself to an underage fan, and the authorities were investigating. The Laconian Science Directorate was reporting a potential breakthrough in the survey of dead systems, a massive green diamond that experts suspected might contain records that, if decoded, would spell out the history of the species that had created the ring gates. That 2 Laconian frigates and a freighter carrying a critically important political officer had been destroyed in Sol System was listed precisely nowhere. Or at least nowhere he could see without searching the newsfeed indexes. And since Saba had it on good authority that Laconia was keeping a close eye on search terms, Alex was stuck browsing and hoping for something. Anything. But nope, he agreed. Nothing. Casper took a bit of bread and scooped up a bite of his tagine. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad one. When I was your age, Alex said, it would have been on every feed. Earth and Mars would have had official responses, and there would have been 18 different mainline feeds analyzing every word they said from different perspectives. The belt would have had 1,000 different pirate broadcasts, with at least a dozen of them taking credit for it personally, and at least one saying it was all a Jesuit conspiracy. Casper grinned. One of his eye teeth was a little yellowed. Alex had never noticed that before. Sounds like you miss it, Grandpa. Alex looked up, questioning. Casper put on a comic frown and an exaggerated drawl. When I was your age, we had to make our own water from scratch every morning, and dinosaurs roamed Mariner Valley. Alex felt a little stab of annoyance, but he pushed it back and laughed. There was some variety, at least. He gestured toward the feed spooling through on the tabletop monitor. Everything on this feels like it's been vetted by the same bureaucrat on Luna. It's all got the same voice. Probably was. Yeah, Alex said, shutting it off. It probably was. Casper stretched like a cat waking up from a nap, then tapped the monitor. The news feeds vanished and the restaurant's interface popped up. We can split this, Alex said. You buy next time, Casper said. Anyway, not like it's real money, right? All the storm crew on Callisto had false identities, generated by the underground and slipped into the systems, including biometrics and bank accounts. It was an uncomfortable way to live, knowing that everything was brittle. Alex's fake records could all be exposed if the Laconian security system raised a red flag. He could spend tonight and then the rest of his life in a jail cell. Everything could fall apart at any moment. Which, to be fair, had always been true. It was just harder to forget now. I'm meeting some of the engineering crew down on the 3rd level. There's a bar that has open mic comedy and half-price whiskey. Enough karaoke, and a pretty boy like me might even find someone to take him home tonight. Drink one for me, and don't make any mistakes you can't regret the next morning, Alex said, rising from his cushion. I've got some things of my own to do. Fair enough, Casper said. See you when I see you. They parted in the corridor. Casper headed for the passage leading deeper below the moon's surface. Alex off to the left and toward the docks and the coffin apartments for people on shore leave. People like him. He walked with his hands stuck deep in the flight suit pockets, his eyes on the ground ahead of him, avoiding eye contact with the people walking in the same halls. The passage came to a Y intersection with a brushed steel sculpture that didn't seem to know if it was a human or a transport shuttle. Above it, the ships and their berths were all listed. All but his. When Alex had been a boy back on Mars, his great-uncle Narendra had come to stay with his family for a week once, while his group home in Innis Shallows had been renovated. Alex still remembered his great-uncle walking through the corridors of Bunker Hill with a calm, bemused expression while he and Johnny Joe explained the fine points of the game they had been playing. Alex felt the same expression on his own face now. Maybe it was something that happened with every generation, this sense of displacement. It might be an artifact of the way human minds seemed to peg normal to whatever they'd experienced first, and then bristled at everything afterward that failed to match it closely enough. Or maybe the change that Laconia's conquest was ushering in was different in kind from what had come before. Either way, the Callisto shipyard didn't feel like Sol System anymore, or at least not the one Alex knew. It felt like the first days of Laconian rule, the sense of fear and fragility, like a ringing in his ears that never went away. Amos used to say that everywhere was Baltimore. That wasn't true anymore. Now, everywhere was Medina. His coffin apartment was near the docks. It was one of the larger models, a little over 1 meter high so that he could sit up in it. The mattress was old, recycled crash couch gel, and the walls and ceiling were layered glass and mesh with lights embedded in them to create the illusion of space going out beyond the surface. Alex crawled in, closed the access door, and made himself comfortable. He had a couple of new entertainment feeds he'd been thinking about checking out. Over the years, he'd made himself an expert on neo-noir crime thrillers, and there had been work coming out of series even before the Laconian takeover that used pilky montage to do some interesting things. He wondered, though, if signing in through the coffin system would compromise him. If Laconia knew enough about Alex Kamal to put together the kind of movies he liked, the kind of food he ate, the way he walked, and whatever other data he'd left behind him to pierce the mask that Saba had given him. If he was too much himself, would it send security officers to his door? Did it make more sense to watch something popular and generic and stay at the center of the herd? He pulled up his profile on the coffin system. A red icon showed a private connection from the storm. There was a certain irony in the fact that he was more worried that Laconia would catch him out because he watched a certain kind of entertainment feed than he was that actual encrypted communications from the underground would give him away. But there it was. He'd made the decision to trust Saba's old OPA texts when he got into this business. Didn't make sense to start second-guessing them now. He opened the message, and his son looked back at him from the screen. "Hey, Doc," Kit said with a grin that reminded him of Giselle. Kit looked more like his mother than like him, thank God. "Weird to hear from you again so soon. Are you in system? I mean, don't tell me. I know we're all hush-hush, but hey, things are great this semester. I'm pulling top marks in 3 of my sections, and..." The smile turned rueful. "I've got a good tutor for the other 2. And, yeah, so I'm dating this girl, and I think it's starting to look kind of serious. Her name's Rohani. I haven't told her about, you, but if there ever gets to be a chance for you to come to meet her, Mom is talking to her family, and I think she may be your daughter-in-law pretty soon. So it would be good, yeah?" There was more to the message, and Alex listened to it with a warmth in his chest and a sorrow. He wasn't going to meet the girl. He wasn't going to attend the wedding, if there was one. Rohani would go on the list with Amos and Holden and Clarissa. Another loss. It was just another loss. He'd live with it. He had to. His hand terminal chimed, and an alert popped up from the false ID that Saba used for high-priority messages. With dread in his gut, he opened it. "Be advised that the Tempest has broken orbit and is moving toward Jupiter." Well, Alex said to himself. Shit. "My little man's getting married?" Bobby said, but she kept looking at the supply crates while she said it. "Girl will be lucky if I don't swoop in and carry him off first." The warehouse was on the edge of the complex. It didn't use the station's power grid, and the environmental system was a retrofit from an old rock hopper. It left condensation on the walls and ceilings, water discoloration like leopard spots. The larger gear, like torpedoes, was still in the storm. But the smaller salvage from the Laconian freighter had been transferred onto 4 wide rows of pallets and moved to the warehouse. Bobby had unpacked them, scattering the storage crates through the space as she did her own private inventory. Scorch marks darkened some of the boxes. The chalky smell of ceramic that had been heated until it flaked hung in the air. "You're taking the news that the largest battleship in the Empire is heading toward us very calmly," Alex said. She took a deep breath and kept her voice patient. "Jillian's getting word to everyone. The Tempest is days out, and this work needs to be done one way or the other. I'm hoping by the time I'm done with it, I'll have a plan. How's that working for you?" "Nothing so far. I'll let you know." Alex sat on one of the boxes. It felt heavier than the gentle gravity of the moon could explain. "Bobby, what are we doing here?" She paused, looked over at him. She had a lot of different expressions, and he'd come to know most of them. He knew when he was talking to his friend and when she was the captain. Right now, she was listening to him as the woman he'd been on the Rosie with, back in the day. The one who had known him since before Io. "Fighting the enemy," she said. "Degrading their ability to bring force and influence to bear. Denying them the use of resources." "Sure," Alex said. "But to what end? I mean, are we trying to get back to the Transport Union running things, or are we trying to make it so that every planet is calling its own shots, and then seeing if it all works out?" Bobby crossed her arms and leaned against a stack of boxes. The work lights were harsh, and Alex could see all the roughness in her face and arms that decades of hard work and radiation had left. Age looked good on her. It looked right. "I'm hearing you ask whether authoritarianism is necessarily bad," she said. "Did I get that right?" "Because, yeah, it is." "That's not what I mean. It's just, I don't know what it is. I'm feeling overwhelmed, maybe a little demoralized." "Yes," Bobby said. "Yes, we are." "You too?" "We lost the target. That political officer might have given us something that could break these fuckers back to the Stone Age. I mean, maybe not, but I'm not going to know now. So yeah, I'm a little grumpy. But I'm guessing that's not exactly what's biting you." "I don't know what the win looks like." "Well, for me it looks like dying with the knowledge that humanity's a little better off than it would have been if I'd never been born. A little freer, a little kinder, a little smarter. That the bullies and bastards and sadists got their teeth into a few less people because of me. That's got to be enough." "Yeah," Alex said, but she kept going. "I'm not a grand strategy girl. That's for the eggheads. I'm a ground pounder, and I always will be. These people want every planet to be a prison where they get to pick who's the guard and who's the inmate. And we're against that," Alex said. He heard the exhaustion and agreement in his own voice. "You ever think Naomi's right? Maybe it's better to try getting inside the system? Changing it that way?" "She is right," Bobby said, turning back to her inventory. "It's just, I'm right too. Naomi wants there to be one way to fix this, and she wants it to be the one where there's no blood." "But there's 2 ways," Alex said, thinking that he was agreeing. "There's no way," Bobby said. "There's just pushing back with everything we've got and hoping we can outlast the bastards. You know we're on the clock here," Alex said. "I'm thinking about Takeshi." "I sent a message to his people," Bobby said. "It's always hard losing someone. And we'd been very lucky up to that point. It couldn't last. I'm thinking that he was one of your best, and he was damn near 60. Jillian, Casper, and a few others aside, our resistance is made up of old belters, old OPA." "Agreed," Bobby said. "And thank God for that. Most of them have a clue what they're doing. Behind them is a whole new generation who were never in the OPA. Never fought the inner planets for independence. who grew up fat and rich on transport union freighters with respect and important jobs, kids like Kit. How are you going to convince them to give up everything they've got and join this fight? Bobby stopped and turned to look at him. Alex, where's this coming from? I think we have a resistance right now because we have a lot of old guys who grew up resisting an enemy too strong to ever beat. They've been inoculated against fear of failure. But when they're gone, I think we're done as a movement, as a force in history. Because we're not going to convince anyone born after the Transport Union was formed to fight an unwinnable fight. And maybe in the long run, Naomi's plan to win politically is all we'll have left. He saw Bobby's eyes go flat. Unwinnable fight, she said. Well, Alex said, isn't it? Chapter 12, Bobby. An unwinnable fight. Alex was gone, heading back to the storm to figure what exactly their evac options looked like, if they had any. What he'd said stayed after him. The temporary warehouse their OPA friends had found for them smelled like burnt ceramics and old ice. Bobby had been working in it long enough now that the smell didn't trigger a gag reflex, so that was sort of a win. She ticked off an entry on her supply list. 12 crates of Laconian fuel pellets. They'd been intended for the Tempest, but they'd work in the storm too. And because the Laconian reactors seemed to want to use only their own brand of pellet, it meant her ship would get to keep flying for a while. Unless the Tempest shot them all to atoms. But the storm didn't have a lot of storage space. They'd need to make some decisions soon about how much of their stolen loot to carry with them and how much to hide or sell. Fuel, bullets, or food. The hierarchy of needs. Wartime edition. And now, with a Magnetar-class dreadnought heading in their direction, the importance of every decision was even greater. An unwinnable fight. Bobby had been at Medina Station when the Tempest came through the Laconia Gate for the very first time. She'd watched it use its primary weapon on the railgun defenses and turn them into spaghettified atoms in a single shot. And while she hadn't been part of the defense of Sol System when the Magnetar-class battlecruiser made its attack, she'd read the reports. The combined might of the Earth-Mars coalition hadn't even been able to slow the Tempest down. She had no illusions that their one destroyer stood a chance. Run and hide was their only option now. Alex had been a Navy boy for 20 years before he'd become the pilot of the Rocinante. He'd always been reliable under pressure. But something had happened when they met with Naomi this last time. Or maybe it was the idea of his kid getting married. Or maybe it was that he was a little smarter than she was, or a little less angry, or a little more realistic. Maybe it was that he'd seen a little sooner than she had why the fight was unwinnable. The underground was held together with spit and baling wire even at the best of times. Saba did what he could to help the old OPA fighters keep the Laconians uncomfortable where they could. But the simple truth was that the storm was their only meaningful asset. The ship, and by extension her strike team, were the Resistance's only real weapon against Laconia. The Transport Union didn't have gunships, and the Void cities had been disarmed as part of the treaty negotiations. The Earth-Mars coalition fleets couldn't help even if they wanted to, now that they all had Laconian flag officers on them, reporting directly to Admiral Trejo. If Alex was losing heart, Bobby didn't believe for a second he was alone. The failure to capture the political officer, combined with the looming threat of the battleship, might be enough to get her crew wondering why they were still risking their necks, fighting an unbeatable foe. And as much as she disliked it, Alex was right. The old guard OPA attitude of resistance for resistance' sake would only keep them going so long. Part of what she should be doing was training up the next generation of fighters. Only so far, they weren't waiting in the wings to step in. Duarte and his people were smart. They kept things from getting bad too quickly. They made the right speeches about respect and autonomy. They let people believe that government by a king would never go wrong. And by the time it did, and things got bad enough to inspire a younger resistance, she and Alex and the old school OPA would be off the board. Then, who would be left to fight? Why would they think there was any hope in it? Recruitment wasn't her job. It belonged to Saba, or Naomi, or one of the other secret leaders of the underground. But she couldn't stop thinking about it. Alex had opened the issue. Now it itched. Bobby finished her check of the fuel cell crates and moved on to something the manifest listed as sensor components. The team had grabbed it off the freighter because any repairs the storm needed were done in-house and on the fly. Spare parts were always at a premium. Inside the crate was a sealed gray ceramic box about the size of a toaster with 7 input ports on its side. Bobby used her terminal to look up the serial number on the case. It was listed as an active sensor array control node, the little processing station that coordinated data coming in from the radar and LiDAR sensors, did first-level analysis, and acted as the hindbrain between the main computer and the sensors themselves. An expert pattern-matching system about as smart as a pigeon. If they were sending a new one to the Tempest, it might mean that they lost one in the fight for Sol. It was a nice idea, anyway, that the big dreadnought had taken some damage in the fight. It couldn't just heal for itself. And it made sense. The weird hulls and reactors and engines of the ships might heal like the ship was a living thing. But they were protomolecule technology. The sensors and computers on the Laconian ships were human tech. Anything built by humans had to be hand-repaired or replaced. It was one of the few weaknesses of the hybrid ships. And if she had the replacement parts, it might mean there was a hole in the Tempest sensor package. If they could figure out where it existed, maybe they could get close to the big ship before detection. They could fire one meaningless torpedo before the big bastard swung around and ripped them into atoms, paint something rude on the hull, pee on it. Jillian's crack about moral victories was annoying, but that didn't make her wrong. Bobby put the sensor node back into its case and marked the box as one to definitely keep for themselves. An hour later, she'd finished going through the pallet of spare parts and tagged them all as keepers. Her terminal was playing a little three-dimensional game of fit all the loot. Every time she marked a crate, the program shuffled everything in the storm's storage compartments looking for a place to put it. At some point, they'd have to start storing things in the staterooms and hallways, and that point wasn't far off. She opened a crate of protein flavorings for the galley food processor and marked it, "Do not keep." She started to close it, then sighed and changed it to keep. The terminal played its little space shuffling game. An army marches on its stomach, the ancient saying went, and people who were risking their lives for the cause should probably be able to have a tasty meal every now and then. It was interesting, though, that the Tempest was coming after them. It felt good to know she'd hit the enemy hard enough to sting. Maybe it was just pride. Admiral Trejo angry that a pirate would dare act in his solar system. Or maybe the political officer had been close enough to someone high in command that this was a personal vendetta now. Or maybe they just really wanted their protein flavoring back. Whatever it was about the raid that made Laconia jump, she hoped they were as bothered and itchy as she was. She reached the end of her row of pallets, which meant her work was half done. A few more hours digging through boxes, and she could sneak off to one of those old bars at the port and drink her troubles away. Or at least distill them down to nausea and a hangover. and maybe she'd get a steak. She felt like Saba and the Resistance could afford to buy her a steak. Her stomach rumbled at the thought. So maybe she called it a day now, and came back to finish tomorrow. A small pile of high-impact crates had been set off to the side, away from the main rows of pallets. They had a variety of warning labels on them, so her crew had put some space between them and the rest of the supplies. All right, go through the dangerous stuff now, then call it a day. The top crate in the pile had a caustic chemical warning and was filled with spray cans of degreaser. Not exactly a threat to life and limb. She moved the crate over to the regular supplies. Beneath it was a crate marked high explosive that had reloads for the rocket launchers the Laconian power armor could attach. She marked that one as definitely keep and set it aside. Under that was a large metal crate. The label said, Magnetic Containment Explosive, Danger. That was odd. None of those words seemed to go together in a way that made sense to her. She checked the serial number on the side of the crate with her terminal, and it came back, ID not found. Curiouser and curiouser. Nothing on the crate indicated that opening the latches was hazardous, so Bobby popped them and lifted the lid. It was much heavier than it looked. Lead-lined, maybe. Inside, cradled by enough foam to keep a robin's egg intact during high G maneuvers, were 4 metallic spheres, about the size of Bobby's 2 fists held together. All 4 had cables running to a massive power cell that gave off a low hum of high electricity. The power cell's indicator showed that it was at 83% charge. Each sphere had its own indicator where a cable from the power cell connected to it. They all showed 100%. Bobby very carefully lifted her hands away from the box and took a step back. Nothing in the box itself looked all that dangerous. Just 4 big metal balls and a high-capacity battery. But every hair on her body was standing straight up. It was all she could do to stop herself from running away. Bobby knelt back down next to the crate and very gingerly lifted one of the metal balls out, making sure to keep the cable connected to the power supply. Once it was out of its foam cradle, warning text could be seen. Ensure magnetic containment system remains charged. Danger of explosion, it said. Another, smaller warning read, do not run on internal power supply for more than 20 minutes. The labels on it were from the Laconian Science Directorate. Not military, except that everything Laconian was military. Not usual ordnance, anyway. Nothing familiar. Bobby returned the sphere to its place in the foam and sat back. Something in the spheres exploded when it wasn't magnetically restrained. Fusion reactors work that way. The magnetic bottle held the fusion reaction suspended because nothing material could handle the heat of the core. These little spheres weren't reactors, though. A fusion reactor was huge. It required extensive support mechanisms to inject fuel pellets, compress and fuse those pellets, and turn the fusion reaction into electricity. The Laconians were advanced, but it didn't seem plausible that they were so advanced that they'd created fusion reactors a little bigger than a softball. And these things were using power, not generating it. She pulled out her terminal and called Rini Glodin. She was an old belter on the Storm, a high-energy physics PhD from way back in the days at Ceres Polytech, who'd gotten radicalized in college and spent a couple of decades in a UN prison after she started helping the Voltaire Collective build bombs. Now, she was the chief engineer and resident gearhead on the Storm. Boss? Rini said after a couple moments. She sounded sleepy, or drunk. Catch you at a bad time? You can leave now, Rini said, but her voice was muffled, like she'd covered the mic with her hand. A minute later, what is it? I have a weird question, but if you had company, Bobby said. He's gone. He was pretty enough, but post-coital conversation was not his strong suit. What's going on? I'm going through the loot we pulled off that freighter, Bobby said. And I found this crate of stuff I'm having a hard time identifying. Thought maybe you could help. You're at that warehouse by the surface? Let me pull on some clothes and I'll get right down there. No, Bobby said, don't do that. I think this might be dangerous and I don't want anyone in here until I figure it out. Hold on. Let me send you some video. Bobby passed her terminal across the crate, giving Rini a good look at the power cell and the spheres. Then she propped the terminal up against the edge so she could use both hands to pick up a sphere and show the warning text to the camera. When she was done, she said, "Any ideas?" There was a long pause. Bobby felt the unease rising in her like an illness. "Fuck me," Rini said at last. "What do you think it is?" "So, the big question about the Magnetar-class ships has always been power," Rini said. There was a lot of background noise as she spoke, drawers opening and closing, clothes being pulled on. She was dressing in a hurry. "The stars the ships are named after have incredible magnetic fields, but they're rapidly rotating neutron stars. So how do you get that beam effect the ships have without, spinning up a neutron star?" "Okay," Bobby said. Her knowledge of astrophysics was pretty thin. "How do they?" "No one knows," Rini said. "But it would take way more power than a typical fusion reactor puts out. Everyone just sort of assumed that meant the Laconians had much better reactors than us. But we have the storm, and our reactor is good, but its design is nothing paradigm-shifting." "I'm sitting right next to this thing while you talk," Bobby said. "So, go faster maybe?" Antimatter results in a 100% conversion of matter into energy. Nothing else even comes close. If the Laconians power their beam with antimatter, that actually makes sense. Bobby laughed. There was only a little mirth in it. "Am I sitting next to 4 bottles of antimatter, Rini?" "Maybe. I mean, the only way to contain it would be a magnetic field. If it touched anything, boom. So sure, maybe." "How much of that stuff do you think is in here?" "I don't know, a kilo? A gram of it would be a bomb big enough to level a city. Based on the size of those orbs, you've probably got enough there to punch a hole in this moon. I mean, if that's what's in there." "All right," Bobby said. "Thanks. I'll be in touch." "Fuck that, I'm on my way down there," Rini said, then killed the connection. At least Bobby understood now why the Tempest was treating this as high priority. Looking at the metal balls in their case was making Bobby's scalp crawl. And then, all at once, it wasn't. The fight had just changed, and she knew how to win. Chapter 13. Naomi. "The question is," Saba said on Naomi's monitor, "why did they have a political officer in the first place, Keno?" The Bikaji Kama was on the float, and still half a week from a gentle quarter-G braking burn that would take weeks before they reached the transfer station at Oberon. With the drives on the ship, they could have done a full G the whole way, but efficiency and speed weren't always the same thing. Carrying the reaction mass to accelerate and brake that hard would have meant giving up more of the cargo space. Maybe someday the Laconian technology would overcome the constraints of inertia. The proto-molecule had been doing so since Eros, but for now, that mystery was still a mystery, like so many others. Where did the ships that went Dutchman end up? What would draw the attention and anger of the thing that had destroyed the proto-molecule engineers? Or, on a smaller level, why had a Laconian political officer been riding on a transport union freighter? News of the failure had been slow coming to her. The first report had been sketchy and brief, and said little more than that the raid had gone pear-shaped. Political officer, the informants on the freighter, and 1 member of the assault team lost. The next 34 hours had been a thin slice of hell as she waited for the full after-action report, certain beyond doubt that Bobby had been the one who died. Only it hadn't been her. One of her crew was dead, and her mission objective had slipped through her fingers, but Bobby and Alex and the gathering storm lived to fight another day. The death of the political officer was just one of the stupid, random tragedies that happened anywhere, anytime, but significantly more often during battle. If he'd lived, they'd know much more about what he'd been doing. As it was, they were down to educated guesses. "We have confirmation that he was on his way to the Transport Union's transfer station at Earth," Saba said. "But whether that was a permanent placement or a stop along a longer path," he shrugged eloquently. Naomi stretched. She liked the freedom of free fall, even though it meant doubling up her exercise routine. Or maybe because it meant that. More hours in the resistance band meant at least doing something physical, feeling her body. And also there was a sense of being where she belonged. From the recording, she could tell that Saba was someplace with a steady gravity. The last 4 communications from him had all been the same, so a spin station or a mass large enough to hold him down. No one was on a steady burn for that long. It wasn't really a surprise that something was happening on Earth important enough to warrant a dedicated representative at the transfer station. Apart from Sol's permanent role as humanity's original home, it was still the largest population center in the Gate network, and Earth had the largest population of any planet. Even with settlements like Oberon and Baragaun complex growing, there would never be enough ships or shipping to make a dent in the billions still left on Earth. But what exactly was on Winston Duarte's mind about Sol's system was an important question, and one that they could have answered if luck had broken their way just a little bit more. She considered, rubbed her eyes, and hit record. She'd edited her response down before she committed it to a torpedo, but just saying the words helped her think, and she could pretend she wasn't quite as isolated and alone as she was. "The loss of our informants on the ship is going to be important," she said. "Without them, we wouldn't have known that the political officer was there in the first place. And if they hadn't spoken up, they'd still be alive."
เจ๊เจียมสวยเจ๊เจียมพ่อสวยพ่อออกงานเลย
not, they'd still be alive. Not the best argument for working with us. Their families need to be taken care of. And by us. Not Duarte's people. Otherwise, we'll see fewer of these tips in the future. It's always about relationships, Jim said in her imagination. It's always about relationships, she said. And we have to hold up our end of the bargain. Take care of our own. To the other point, if we're going to find what Duarte's doing there, we need to get one of ours on the transfer station. Either find someone already on staff sympathetic enough to feed us information, or someone who can be inserted into the administration. Trying to get the Storm to intercept another freighter is too high a risk. But she thought it was possible that someone from the Storm could act as an agent of the Underground on TSL-5. She wondered if Bobby would go. Part of her thought she would. It was the dangerous assignment, after all. But Naomi also couldn't quite imagine her giving up command of the Storm, even for something important. But she was getting ahead of herself. Before we take any direct action, we should finish a full inventory of what was on the freighter. If there were any supplies or equipment on it that were out of the ordinary, that might... Her system threw out an alert, and Naomi's heart leaped despite her better judgment. It was a new message from Jim. Duarte had been doing this almost since Jim had been taken to Laconia. Not quite public announcements, though there had been some of those too. Broadcasts sent out and picked up on passive with an old, compromised encryption scheme. Someone would have to want to know what was in them anyway. The security wasn't the issue so much as a signature, an address. Here was a message that Laconia could spread through every system in the Gate network, but only she could watch it. Or only she and the Rosie. Or someone else who'd taken the time to crack the Rosie's old codes. It was a private message then between Jim and her and every high-end government censor on Laconia. She had a vague memory about nobility on old Earth, having witnesses on important wedding nights to watch the newlyweds fuck. This felt about as dignified. And still, there was nothing under any sun that would keep her from playing it. The message began with the blue wing-shaped crest of the Laconian Empire, a test tone. And then, there he was. Jim looking into the camera with a mild amusement that most people wouldn't recognize as a variety of rage. He had on a colorless shirt, and his hair was combed enough to show where his hairline was starting to pull back a little. Anti-aging regimens had pushed human life from the 3 to 4 decade range of prehistory to 4 times that, but wear and tear still counted for something. Jim had suffered more than his fair share of punishing life experiences, and then the fake grin ended, and he really smiled, and the decades fell away. Even before he spoke, she heard him. The mix of sorrow and amusement in his eyes, like a guest at a party that had gone so wrong that the travesty had lapped itself and become a little bit fun again. She stopped the playback as he opened his lips and took the moment with him. Even just the picture of him. Then, steeling herself, she started the message. Hey there, Knuckles. Sorry it's been so long this time, but things got a little busy over here. I'm guessing you heard about Avasarala? The funeral brought in a lot of other guests to the palace. Using the nickname Knuckles, which he never had when they were together, was the signal that he knew they were still hunting her. She also heard the ghost of sarcasm in the way he said guests, but the censors hadn't. There were real challenges to controlling communication between two people who'd been intimate for as long as she and Jim had been. The private language between them couldn't be perceived by bureaucrats, and what couldn't be seen couldn't be stopped. The story of her life these days. There's still not much I can say. You know how it is. I met the guys who actually review this before it goes out. So, hey Mark, hey Jano. Hope you guys are having a good day too. But yeah, things are fine here. Some rain in the afternoon, and Laconia is getting on toward what passes for midsummer. They're letting me have a lot of access to the grounds, and I'm catching up on my reading. Mark and Chano say I can't talk about what I'm reading in particular, but it's nice to have access. I'm also watching the news feeds and the things that Duarte, they want me to call him High Consul Duarte, but really it seems pretentious. Anyway, the work he's doing about figuring out the gates and what happened to the protomolecule engineers is actually pretty impressive. We disagree on other things, but he's on the job with that, which, hopefully. But I hope you're okay. Give the kids my fond regards, and I'll send you another message as soon as Mark and Chano have an open slot in their schedule. They're good guys. You'd like them. I love you. The image cut to blue, and Naomi let out her breath. It always hurt to see him. And the kids meant Alex and Bobby and Amos. He had no way to know Amos was lost to them, probably killed on the same planet where Jim was being held prisoner, or that Bobby and Alex were off leading the fight on the front lines as pirates and revolutionaries. But even with all of that, hearing him always made her feel a little better, too. It was as near to proof of life as she'd get. He didn't look sick. It didn't sound like he was under duress. The image changed again, and a new face appeared. A man with dark eyes, acne-scarred skin, and a calm in his expression that landed him directly in the uncanny valley. Naomi found herself pulling back from the screen even before she realized who she was looking at. High Consul Winston Duarte, Emperor of 1,300 worlds, smiled as if he'd seen her reaction and sympathized with it. Naomi Nagata, he said, and his voice was pleasant and reedy. I know I don't usually insert myself in these messages, and I hope you'll forgive me this rudeness. I don't mean to intrude, but I think we should talk, you and I. I want to extend an invitation to you. Contact any of my security people on any station or base or city, and I will have you brought safely here. I understand that you and your fellow partisans don't see eye to eye with me about the shape that humanity should take moving forward. Come talk to me. Convince me. I'm not an unreasonable man, and I'm not a cruel one. The truth is, over the last few years, Captain Holden and I have found we have much in common. Naomi chuckled despite herself. Sure you did. You've seen how Holden is treated. If you come as my guest, you will have all the same courtesies and comforts, and you'll have access that will let you advocate for the changes you want without the violence and death. I know we haven't met, but everything Holden has told me says you're more than some old-fashioned anti-government extremist. He believes in you, and he has convinced me to believe in you too. Accept my offer, and you and Holden can be eating breakfast together before you know it. He'll tell you himself I'm a decent host. He made a self-deprecating smile. Carrot done, Naomi thought. Now stick. If you choose not to, that is your right. But as an enemy of the state, the consequences will be less pleasant. It's going to be better for you and for me and, excuse me if this sounds grandiose, for the whole of humanity if you come as a guest. Please at least consider the option. Thank you. The message ended. Naomi shook her head once tightly and held on to her anger like it was a vaccine against something worse. Whether Duarte said it or not, the offer included trading all she knew of Saba and the underground. In return, she would be waking up next to Jim, living in a prison 1,000 times larger than the one she'd imposed on herself. That was all obvious. The poison was the rest of it. Access, influence, the Emperor's ear. It was exactly the path she'd argued for. working within the system to make a revolution without starvation and hatred and dead kids. He was offering it to her on a plate. And it was possible, just possible, that he was even sincere. Everything Saba had learned through his sources said that Jim really was being treated well, a guest as much as a prisoner. That was the cheese in the mousetrap. It was cunning almost to the point of wisdom. If she believed in her heart that Duarte would break his word, it would have been 1,000 times easier to reject him. But all the stories about the devil making a deal and then cheating missed the point. The real horror was that once the bargain was struck, the devil didn't cheat. He gave you exactly and explicitly all that had been promised. And the price was your soul. The knock startled her. It was like something from a different world. A moment ago, she'd been on Laconia, Eden, complete with a snake. And now she was back in her box, floating a few centimeters above the gel of her couch, the straps drifting around her like seaweed wrapping the drowned. She shifted her monitor to show the exterior of the container, half afraid to see the Bikaji Kama's security chief ready to take her in, half hoping. The woman outside gripped a handhold and looked straight into the hidden camera. A black zippered duffel floated beside her. She was heavy-set, with gray streaked hair pulled back into a harsh bun, and dark skin that got darker around her eye sockets, like she'd cried too long and it had stained her. Naomi recognized her as Saba's agent on the ship, but didn't know her name. Naomi pushed off from the crash couch, drifting fast toward the far end. She landed feet first, absorbing her momentum with her knees, and tapped her security code into the mechanism. The mag bolts clacked. In the silence, they sounded like gunshots. Before Naomi could open the door, the other woman did. She slid through, pulling the black bag with her, then shut the door behind her and glanced around the container as if there might be something unexpected in it. "What's the matter?" Naomi asked. "Captain got a call middle of last shift," the woman said in a clipped accent that sounded European to Naomi. "Took me longer than it should have to get a copy. That's on me." She shoved the bag at Naomi. Even without opening it, the shape of mag boots and the hiss of a flight suit were unmistakable. Naomi didn't wait. She slid the zipper open and started pulling the uniform on over her own clothes while the woman talked. "Laconian destroyer burning in for a rendezvous. Should be here in 18 hours. Say they're going to make a full inspection, so Alisla." She gestured at Naomi's things. The home she'd made for herself. "Yeah, we're going to have to get clever about making that match the manifest." "Inspection? Full," the woman said. "This is all supposed to be bacterial samples. They see this." If they saw the false container, they'd know how the underground was staying hidden, and that some fraction of the transport union was in on the scheme. It might not be the end of the shell game, but it would be a data point too clear for Laconia to overlook for long. And it would be the end for her. "Is it only us?" Naomi asked. "Does it need to be more? Us is our problem. Focus on..." "No," Naomi snapped. "I got an offer of amnesty if I turned myself in. This, just after that? Are they coming for other ships, or do they already know I'm here?" The woman's face went gray. "Don't know. I can find out. Do it fast and get me a loader. I'll try to find a way to cover this over." "Yeah," the woman said. "And crew manifest. I got to put you in somehow." "Not the priority," Naomi said. "But," the woman said. Then, "Right. All right." Naomi looked around her container. It seemed sadder now that she had to leave it. She'd have to wipe the system just in case she was taken. All her belongings would have to go too. She'd be starting over from nothing again. Or she could go to the security office, announce herself, and spend the rest of her life waking up next to Jim, eating real food, maybe even talking Duarte into a better, kinder, less authoritarian future for all of humanity. If it was a trap, It was a good one. Offer her an out, make the threat, and then tighten the screws. If she'd been younger, it might have been enough to panic her. Convince her to announce herself, sign the deal. It would be easy, and she could even tell herself that she was protecting the underground and the people like the woman before her. She'd only tell Duarte things that wouldn't compromise Saba and their network, that wouldn't threaten Bobby and Alex and the storm. She could imagine the version of herself that would have been able to do it, not so different from who she was now. Younger, that was all. Emma, the other woman said, we're going to pass you for crew. You'll need to know names. I'm Emma Zamarudi. You can call me Naomi. I know who you are, Emma said. Find me someone who doesn't. The woman, Emma, looked at her again, more closely, then turned away, shaking her head. The fear in her expression was thick enough to see. It's okay, Naomi wanted to say. I know what to do. It'll be all right. It would have been a lie. Come on, Naomi said. We don't have time. Chapter 14. Teresa. Yes, Teresa said. I know. Okay, let me get ready. Muskrat barked once, as if she'd understood the words. Probably she had. Dogs could have broad, functional vocabularies. It was a point Dr. Cortázar often made. The fact that humans were not the only conscious animals seemed very important to him. It had always seemed obvious to her. Teresa set her room to high privacy and sleep, dimming the lights and locking her doors. No one would disturb her now unless they were evacuating the state building. Muskrat wagged hard enough that her back legs looked unsteady as Teresa changed into the same simple tunic and pants she normally used for gardening. They had no technology, so they weren't connected to the palace network. She started up an entertainment feed on her system on low volume, as if she were dozing and watching an old Kaz Pratihari adventure. Her window had a sensor in the frame that alerted a security officer when it was opened. So Teresa had opened it every now and then over the course of weeks, trying different ways to get around it. Was it electronic? She tried keeping the window and the frame touching with a copper wire. Security still got their alert. Optical? She searched everywhere for anything resembling a pinhole camera or a light sensor, but never found one. Motion activated? She tried opening the window very slowly over the course of days, but on the 5th day, security got their alert. Not motion sensing. And it only went off when there was an 11-millimeter gap between window and frame. Interesting. It had turned out to be magnetic. A low-strength magnet in the window, when moved too far from a sensor in the frame, set off the alert. She'd solved this by using a plastic letter with a tiny magnet in it from her preschool alphabet set. Moving it a little bit every time she tried to open the window until one time she opened it and no one showed up outside to make sure she was okay. Now, she slid the magnet to the correct spot, manually undid the window, and lifted Muskrat carefully out. She climbed out after, pulling the frame closed behind her. Muskrat chuffed and started off along the path to the edge of the palace, and Teresa followed behind. It had been too long. It was time to go see Timothy. She'd found the secret tunnel almost a year before. It was hidden by a rock and a group of ornamental trees. She'd initially thought it might have been dug out by some local animal. There was a kind of underground wasp that left holes that looked similar to it when they died and their hives collapsed. It had turned out to be part of a flood relief system to make sure the gardens never drowned in heavy rain. It led under the walls of the state building compound and into a small field beyond. Intellectually, she knew that a normal girl might not have gone down the tunnel with the spearmint smell of broken ground and the thin coat of slime. She had pushed through easily, joyfully even, and a few dark moments later had found herself on the far side of the perimeter and free for literally the first time in her life. She'd gone walking, exploring, discovering, engaging in developmentally appropriate rebellion, and, most importantly, she'd made her first real friend. Animals had made the path she and Muskrat followed through the forest. Bone elk and ground pigs and pale shovel-faced horses, none of which had any relationship to Sol system elk or pigs or horses. She walked down the path, her hands in her pockets. Muskrat bounded through the dappled shade, barking at sunbirds and smiling a wide, tongue-lolling grin when they hissed back. It had been too long since she'd been to see Timothy, and she'd had too much she wanted to talk with him about. It wouldn't all fit in her head at the same time. The forest at the edge of the state building thickened at first, the gloom growing around her, and then the land began to rise. She started feeling her breath get deeper, and it felt good. Before long, the path led out of the trees entirely and into a clearing at the skirt of the mountain. She knew from her studies that the mountain wasn't natural, but a kind of artifact of some long-forgotten alien project. Like a sand castle, but tall enough that the top seemed to touch the clouds. Not that she'd ever been to the summit. Timothy's cave was much closer than that. The entrance was in a little canyon not far from the clearing where she'd first come upon him. Muskrat knew the way better than she did. She walked down the pale sand along the path carved by water that had long since dried. Wide, fresh Labrador paw prints marked her way. By the time Teresa left the last scraggly trees behind, the dog was already at the bend that led there, barking and wagging her tail. "I'm coming," Teresa said. "You're such a pain." Muskrat shrugged off the insult, turned and bounded ahead like a puppy. Teresa didn't see her again until she stepped under what looked like an overhanging shelf of sandstone and into the deeps of the cave. The natural stone gave way almost immediately to the soft glow of the cavern. Stalactites hung from the ceiling like bright icicles, and the walls were built with swirls and shapes in them, like a seashell and a Euclidean proof had joined together and become an architect. Teresa always had the feeling that the walls changed to greet her. But of course, she was only there when she was there, so she couldn't be certain. A flock of tiny, glowing gnats flowed past her like a wave, like she was underwater. The air smelled thick and astringent, and a coolness radiated from the walls. Soft padding sounds came from ahead, not human sounds, and not Muskrat either. The footsteps weren't even animal, not really. The repair drones were a little smaller than Muskrat, with dark, apologetic-looking eyes and multiply jointed legs. Totally alien, but they were the closest things to canine friends that Muskrat had, and the real dog ran around them, yipping excitedly and sniffing their rears, as if there were anything dog-like to smell back there. Teresa shook her head and moved forward. The repair drones made their query tone, trying to intuit whether Muskrat wanted something. The drones were surprisingly good at judging at least the rough intentions of humans. Real dogs still seemed to baffle them. The repair drones, the light gnats, the slow, creeping, worm-like stone diggers, were all in the weird space between life and not life, designed by an intelligence that evolutionary forces had taken in a direction very different from humanity. They weren't exotic to her at all. As far as Teresa was concerned, they'd always been there, just like that. "Hello," Teresa called. "Are you here?" The words echoed weirdly out of the deepness. "Hey, Tiny. I wondered when you were coming back." Timothy's part of the cave was like another phase change. Nature to alien to human. if not exactly the kind of human resident she was used to. A backpack reactor leaned against the wall, thick yellow power cords going to a wooden rack of neat, well-maintained machines. She recognized the yeast incubator and the emergency recycler from her tours of the early settlements. Other decks she didn't know. Altogether, it was enough that Timothy could live like a monk and a wise man in his mountain for more than a human lifetime. His bed was a cot against one wall with a blanket of woven polycarbonate that seemed never to show wear. He didn't have a pillow. The man himself sat next to a length of wood, a knife in his thick, calloused hand. A pile of thin, curled slivers rested between his feet where they fell as he carved. He was bald and pale, with a thick, bushy white beard, wide shoulders, and arms with muscles like ropes. She'd come across him months ago during one of her first excursions. She'd been trying to get high enough on the mountain to see the state building, and there he'd been, eating his lunch and drinking from a scarred ceramic water purifier. He'd looked like nothing so much as an old cartoon of an enlightened guru meditating on a mountaintop. If there had been any threat in his smile, she might have been scared of him. But there wasn't, and she wasn't. And anyway, Muskrat had liked him immediately. "Sorry," she said, sitting on the edge of his cot. "I've been busy. Have a bunch of new things I'm studying." "What are you working on?" Timothy considered the half-carved wood. "I was going for a marking gauge. I've got one already, but it's a little big for the fine work." "And you can't have too many tools," Teresa said. The phrase was something of a joke between them, and Timothy grinned. "Damn straight. So, what's up?" Teresa leaned forward. Timothy frowned and put down the wood and the knife. She didn't know where to start, so she started with her father's plan to train her up. He had a way of shifting his attention so that she felt like he was actually listening, not just preparing a reply in his head and waiting for her to stop talking. He focused on her the way he did on the wood he carved, or the food he cooked. He didn't judge her. He didn't quiz her. She never worried that he would be disappointed with what she said. It was the way she imagined her father would listen to her if he weren't her father. She wandered from topic to topic, telling Timothy about Connor and Muriel, the briefings and meetings her father was adding to her schedule, and all the day-to-day worries and thoughts that had built up without her even knowing, and ending with the unnerving conversation with Holden, the dancing bear, and the weird way he'd said, "You should keep an eye on me," like it meant something more than it seemed. When she ran out of words, Timothy leaned back and scratched his beard. Muskrat had curled up on the floor between the two of them. The dog snored softly, and one leg twitched as she dreamed. Two repair drones queried each other, their voices clicking in descending musical tones. Just telling the story left her feeling better. "Yeah," he said after a while. "Well, for what it's worth, you're not the first person that felt like the captain was a splinter they couldn't dig out. He has that effect on people. But if he says you ought to keep an eye on him, maybe you ought to keep an eye on him." Teresa leaned back against the wall and pulled her knees up. "I just wish I knew why he bothers me so much." "He don't treat you like you're special." "You don't treat me like I'm special. We're friends." He considered that. "Maybe it's because he thinks your dad's an asshole." "My dad's not an asshole. And Holden's a killer. He doesn't get to judge other people." "Your dad's kind of an asshole," Timothy said, his expression philosophical, his voice matter-of-fact. "And he's killed a lot more people than Holden ever did." "That's different. That's war. He had to do it, or else no one would have been able to organize everyone. We'd just have stumbled into the next conflict unprepared. My dad's trying to save us." Timothy held up a finger like she'd made his point for him. "Now you're telling me why it's okay he's an asshole." "I don't," Teresa started, then stopped. Timothy's comment made her think of a philosophy lesson, and Illich talking about consequentialism. Intention is irrelevant. Only outcomes matter. I don't tell anyone how to live, Timothy was saying. But if you're looking for moral perfection in your family, prepare for disappointment. Teresa chuckled. If anyone else had said the same thing to her, she would have bristled, but it was Timothy. That made it okay. She was glad she'd made the time to come out to see him. Why did you call him Captain? That's who he is, Captain Holden. He's not your captain. A flash of surprise passed over Timothy, like it was a thought he'd never had. I guess he ain't, Timothy said. And then a moment later, and more slowly, I guess he ain't. Dad says he's afraid, Teresa said. Holden is, not Dad. They both are, Timothy said, picking his knife back up. Guys like them always are. It's people like you and me that aren't scared. You're never scared? I haven't been scared since I was younger than you, Tiny. I had a rough start. Me too. My mom died when I was a baby. I think my father doesn't like having women around me because it feels like replacing her. All my teachers have been men. I never knew mine either, Timothy said. But I put something together later that I could sort of pretend was family. It wasn't bad for someone that grew up on my street, while it lasted. I'll tell you what, though, as fucked up as my childhood was, it's got nothing on yours. My life's perfect, Teresa said. I can have anything I want, anytime I want it. Everyone treats me well. My father's making sure I have the training and education to govern billions of people on thousands of planets. No one has ever had the advantages and opportunities I have. She paused, surprised by the hint of bitterness that had crept into her voice. Timothy said. That's why you're always looking over your shoulder when you sneak out to see me, I guess. That night, back in her room, she couldn't sleep. The small nighttime noises of the state building took on a weird power to distract and startle her. Even the gentle ticking of the walls as they radiated away the day's heat felt like someone knocking for her attention. She tried turning her pillow to press her cheek against the cool side and playing gentle, soothing music. It didn't help. Every time she closed her eyes and willed herself down toward dream, she found herself 5 minutes later with her eyes open, halfway through an imaginary debate with Timothy or Holden or Illich or Connor. It was past midnight when she gave up. Muskrat rose with her, following her from bedroom to office, and then when Teresa sat on one of her workbench stools, curled up at her feet, and fell immediately to snoring. Nothing bothered her dog, or at least not for long. Teresa pulled up an old movie about a family living in a haunted apartment on Luna, but her mind slid off the entertainment as quickly as it had off the pillow. She thought about going out and walking around the gardens, but that annoyed her too. When she realized what she actually wanted to do, she'd already known it for a while. Admitting it to herself felt like a surrender. Security log access, she said, and her room system shifted from the haunted corridors of Luna to a business-like user interface. Even as honored and important as she was, there were logs that she didn't have access to. No one except maybe her father and Dr. Cortázar could have access to the recordings from the pens, for instance. That was normal, and it didn't matter for what she needed. No one was worried about preserving Holden's privacy. She could have watched him sleep if she'd wanted to. She set the system to generate a full track for Holden over the past week, then scrubbed through it. She knew that the state building had ubiquitous surveillance built into it, but it was interesting to see where exactly the micro-lenses were and how much they could capture while staying invisible themselves. As she scrubbed through Holden's passage in the buildings and the gardens, she thought about all the other things she could watch on the feeds. Connor and Muriel, for instance. On one of her screens, Holden sat on the grass, looking out at the same mountain where Timothy lived. The accelerated scrubbing made his casual gestures and adjustments seem spasmodic, like he was vibrating. Then Muskrat was there with him. Then she was. She didn't like looking at herself on camera. She didn't look the way she felt like she did. In her mind, her hair was smoother, and her posture was better. Without meaning to, she shifted on her stool to sit up straighter. Holden flopped to the grass and sat up with his back wet, and then she and Muskrat zipped out of the frame. She forgot her posture again and leaned forward. Holden fidgeted on the screen, then rose and sped off. Her scrub was at 20 times faster than Base. In under an hour, she could take in the shape of his whole day. Holden at his dinner, reading something on a handheld. Holden walking through the same common area her class had been in, pausing to talk to a guard. Holden in the gymnasium, exercising on the old-style machines that they used to use on ships. Holden sitting at a table on a veranda overlooking the city with Dr. Cortázar and a bottle of wine. She tapped the feed, dropping back to normal speed, and found an audio track. Also jellyfish, Cortázar said. Teratopsis dornii is the classic example, but there are half a dozen more. An adult reverts to a polyp colony form under stress, like an elderly man turning into a fetus. That's not the model we're using, but it means the organism has no set maximum lifespan. He took a long sip from his wine glass. What model are you using? Holden asked. The original inspirations for the work were corpses that the repair drones got hold of. Not really immortality at all, but the new organisms had some improvements. That's where the breakthrough comes. That's what we should really be focusing on, sacrifice or no. Healthy subject with a well-recorded baseline instead of this, his voice rang with contempt, this field work. How to achieve a more robust homeostasis. Just because it's difficult to do doesn't make the principal science unsolvable. So, not unnatural at all, Holden said, tipping a little more wine from the bottle into the doctor's glass. Meaningless term, Cortázar said. Humans arose inside nature. We're natural. Everything we do is natural. The whole idea that we are different in category is either sentimental or religious. Irrelevant from a scientific perspective. So, if we get to a place that we can all live forever, that's not unnatural? Holden sounded genuinely curious. Cortázar leaned in toward the prisoner, gesturing with his left hand while he swirled his glass in his right. The only limits on us are what we can do. It's perfectly natural to seek personal benefit. It's perfectly natural to give advantages to your own offspring and withhold them from others. It's perfectly natural to kill your enemies. That's not even outlier behavior. That's all in the middle of the bell curve all the time. Teresa rested her head in her hands. She was pretty sure Cortázar was drunk. She'd never been herself. But she'd seen some adults at state functions get the same vague focus and sense of being a little off their own points. You're right, though, Cortázar said. You're exactly right. The foundation needs to be brought, that's true. Immortality is a high-stakes game, Holden said, like he was agreeing. Yes. Plumbing the depths of the protomolecule and all the artifacts it opens up is the work of 100 lifetimes. Making the researchers die and be replaced by other people with a less advanced understanding is clearly a bad idea. But that's policy. This is the way forward, so this is the way forward. Because Duarte made it policy, Holden said. Because we're primates who hold valuable things for our own bloodlines at the expense of everyone else, Cortázar said. Only one person can ever be immortal. That was what he said. But then he changed the rules. She can be too, because he's found a justification for her. That she's really just an extension of him. I'm not mad about that. That's just the organism we are. I'm not mad, but it doesn't matter. That's good, Holden said. The important thing is that we get good data. One person, lots of people, all the same. But bad experimental design, that's what sin really is. Cortázar slurred. That's not me either. Nature eats babies all the time. Holden shifted, looking directly up into the surveillance camera as if he knew exactly where the hidden lens was. As if he knew she would be watching. You should keep an eye on me. Teresa felt a crawling sensation coming up her neck, and the feeling, even after he looked away, that he saw her as clearly as she saw him. She shut down the feed, closed the logs, and went back to bed. But she still didn't sleep. Chapter 15. Naomi. Getting what you want fucks you up. Naomi pushed the thought aside as she had a dozen times before. The first part of breaking down her shelter was the easiest. She'd spent years on the float, sometimes running cargo herself, sometimes fighting smugglers for the OPA and the transport union. She knew all the tricks. Disassembling her crash couch and system into parts was the work of 2 hours. Everything she had was modular, easy to take apart, easy to put into rotation as spare. Everything she'd had could dissolve back into the larger ship and not appear as anything more than a handful of off-by-one inventory miscounts. The empty container was a little harder, but only a little. According to the manifest, her container was supposed to be filled with the same payload of earth-farmed bacteria and microbes and starter soil as 70 other containers in the ship. Shifting the contents of just a dozen or so to a slightly less dense configuration left plenty of overage to fill the space that had been hers. By the time the supplies reached their destination, she'd be elsewhere. And even if Laconia backtracked the discrepancies, there wouldn't be much to suggest anything more than run-of-the-mill theft. The real problem was time. Well, the first real problem. The Laconian ship was already on a braking burn. 18 hours to rendezvous didn't leave her much time for everything she had to do. Emma was a help. The woman had more years working transport than Naomi did, and she could drive a loading mech like it was part of her body. Even so, they were cutting it close. And every hour of the mech's hissing and clacking, the smell of industrial lubricant, and the bone-deep ache of effort was another chance for the regular crew to notice that something strange was happening. Toward the end, Naomi sent Emma away to see whether there was any information about the larger picture. If other ships were being stopped. If this was a coincidence, or if the destroyer knew that Naomi was there. Until she knew, she had to assume there was hope. Another motto for her life these days. Naomi moved the last pellets into the steel and ceramic that had been her home for months, closed the doors, sealed them, and slapped a customs inspection sticker over the seam. She still had to stow the loader mech and replace the stickers on all the containers she'd cracked, but that wouldn't take more than another few minutes. She had almost half a shift before the inspection. A little over 4 hours to reinvent herself and blend in with the ship's crew. That was the second real problem. Getting what you want fucks you up. They'd been in a bar on Palace Tycho not long after the two stations had become a single object. Clarissa had been in relatively good health then, strong enough she could go drinking anyway. Naomi didn't remember which bar they'd been in, except that it had gravity, so it had to have been in Tycho's old habitation ring. She did remember that Jim had been there. They'd been talking about how to address Alex's upcoming change in marital status. Whether he'd be bringing his new wife on the ship, or taking a leave of absence to be with her, or what. Every option had advantages. Everyone had drawbacks. Looking back, Naomi thought that on some level, all of them knew that the relationship was doomed. Clarissa had leaned back in her chair, a glass of whiskey in her hand. Her voice was thoughtful. Getting what you want fucks you up, she'd said. When I was in jail, there was nothing I wanted more than to be anywhere else. Then I got out, into an apocalyptic hellscape, Naomi said. But even after that, when we got up to Luna and when we got on the Rosie, it was hard. I knew what I was when I was in prison. It took me years to figure out who I was outside. We're talking about marriage, aren't we? Getting what you want fucks you up, Clarissa had said. Naomi put her hand on the transport container. She put herself in prison in order to be safe, and her safety had turned her captive. All she wanted was to wake up next to Jim again, to have something like a pleasant day-to-day life with him. And now that she couldn't have it, all she wanted was her hermitage back. Her hand terminal chimed. There was only one person it could be. Where do we stand? She asked. I've got a plan, Emma said. Meet me in Medbay 3. I don't know where that is. Does the ship have a directory function? Because I don't really think asking for directions is our best plan. Shit. All right. Wait there. I'll be done in 10. I can take you there. Copy that, Naomi said, and dropped the connection. It gave her time to reseal the containers. Emma, on the float beside her, held the hypodermic needle between her finger and thumb like she was playing darts. Her technique aside, though, the plan was about as solid as Naomi could hope for at short notice. She stretched her chin up, and Emma stabbed again, a quick pinch at her jawline at the right to match her already swelling left. How's that feel? Emma asked. Itches, Naomi said. Still up for the ice? Yeah. Inserting her into the ship's roster wasn't possible. Even if they could backdate all the paperwork to the Bikaji Kama's last port, Emma didn't have the authorization she'd need. And messing with the system immediately before an inspection was an invitation to disaster. Fail to shut down one logging system, and the last-minute change was a flashing pointer to whatever you most wanted hidden. So making Naomi into a regular crewman wasn't possible, but making her not immediately match the biometrics for Naomi Nagata was in reach. All it took was a few well-placed needle sticks and some fluid that caused mild swelling. The only trick was changing the shape of her face in ways that made her look like someone else, and not just herself, only puffy. The med bay was old, but well put together. Nothing had the shine of the new. Everything was worn, but it was only worn, not neglected. Naomi had been around long enough to know the difference. She considered her new face in the hand terminal's camera. Emma's first move had been to shave her hair into an unflattering topiary that made her forehead seem wider and her eyes closer together. The swelling in her brow and jaw had thickened her features already. The system's match to her normal appearance was only 80%, enough that even if they identified her, it could be written off as a false positive. Unless they already knew she was there. I'm putting you in with the crew working the heat sink, Emma said. Chief has them swapping out coolant exchanges. Joy, Naomi said. The stink will give you a reason to be wearing a mask, Emma said. And it's a mixed shift crew. Any luck, everyone will think you're from the other one. Emma drove the needle into the flesh under Naomi's eye. It only hurt a little. How long do we have? Emma checked her terminal and spat out a low, grunting curse. We should go, she said, dropping the needle into Naomi's skin one last time, though already positioning for transfer. If they take me, Naomi said, I will try to hold out until you can get away. But go quickly, and make sure Saba knows what happened. Emma didn't meet her eyes, but she nodded. This had always been a risk. It was what they'd signed up for. As Emma gave her a mask and led her down to the engineering decks, Naomi wondered how Bobby and Alex would find out about it if she was captured, and what Jim would hear. The temptation was still there. If she did it, if she jumped instead of waiting for the push, she could control the fall. The coolant lines on the Bikaji Kama were an old design, but in decent condition. She'd flushed lines like them back in her water hauler days, and the process wasn't that hard. Punishing and foul, but not hard. There were 4 others on the team. 5 people on a 3-shift boat. It wasn't much of a disguise. The full process would run about 4 hours if nothing went wrong. But she had to hope it was long enough for the Laconians to come, make their inspection, and move on. All she would have to do was stay quiet and small until the danger passed. She fell into the work, taking orders from the foreman, doing her part with as little fuss as she could manage. She'd almost forgotten there was anything to worry about more pressing than not getting too much coolant in the air filters when the interruption came. Make safe! Make safe! All you fucking bastards, hold the work and make safe, yeah? The others all closed down the lines. Naomi did too. There wasn't much choice. The man who pulled himself past the yellow work barrier was dressed in a chief engineer's uniform. Behind him, 3 soldiers in Laconian blues, 1 with a captain's bars. Naomi hooked her foot into a wall handhold. Her heart was going fast, and a hint of nausea plucked at her that had nothing to do with the stink of coolant. The chief engineer motioned for them to take off their masks. The others started to comply. If she hesitated now, it would only call attention where she didn't want it. Naomi pulled off her mask. Was that discussed with senior staff? The Laconian captain demanded, continuing whatever conversation they'd been having before they came into the room. No, the chief engineer said. He was a younger man, but with a rough, scarred face that made him ageless. Why would it be? Captain says it, we do it. That's how it is. That a problem? One of the other Laconians held a hand terminal up to the face of her team foreman. The terminal chimed. Naomi felt a sick kind of peace descend over her. It's an irregularity, the Laconian captain said. The political officer will want a full report when you reach the transfer station. Political officer? The chief engineer asked. Despite herself, Naomi's ears pricked up. If this was related somehow to the mission in Seoul, if Laconia was making a broad crackdown, maybe they weren't here looking just for her. It was a thin hope, but it was something. New oversight regulations, the Laconian captain said as the hand terminal tracked over Naomi's face. Never heard of them. You're hearing about them right now, the captain said. The soldier frowned. Sir, this one's not on the crew list. I am Naomi Nagata. I would like to accept the invitation of High Consul Duarte. Please let him know. It was all she had to say. It would even be a relief, knowing that she'd done all that she could first. The chief engineer looked at her and shrugged. Of course she's not. She's on the apprentice program. The Laconian captain looked at her, uncertain. She kept the confusion off her face. No one on the ship but Emma was supposed to know she was there. Play along, she thought. Just play along. She's old to be an apprentice, the captain said. Had some trouble back home, she said. Trying to make something new. The lie was easy. She needs to be on the crew rolls, the Laconian captain said, turning away. Why? The chief engineer asked. She's not crew, she's an apprentice. Apprentices are part of the crew, the captain said, a note of exasperation in his voice. First I've heard of it, the chief engineer said. If I put her in, it starts counting her hours toward a benefits package like she was crew. That's not how it works. You can take that up with the political officer too, the Laconian captain said. The last of the work crew was scanned and cleared. As they left, the chief engineer looked back. His eyes met hers. There was a subterranean joy in them. As you all were, shit's not going to maintain itself. Yes, Chief, Naomi said, and put her mask back on. They fell back into the familiar rhythms of labor, but Naomi's mind was working on more than the lines. The others on the team didn't seem to have noticed anything odd in the conversation. One of them, a thick-faced man called Kip, treated her a little worse, but that was probably just because he thought she was lower status now. Nothing odd about that. When the new exchange was in, the old one sealed, and the diagnostics all in optimal range, Naomi wanted nothing more than a shower and a meal. She didn't have a cabin of her own. She didn't know where the gang showers were, and she wouldn't have a locker there. Even if she got to the right place, after she cleaned up, she'd have to put the same coolant stinking jumpsuit back on. That seemed worse than not cleaning up in the first place. She followed the others as they headed back to the crew decks, lagging behind. She wanted to go to her container. The urge to check her incoming feeds itched as badly as her jawline, where the swelling was just starting to go down. But it was gone. Months of habit had just become irrelevant, and she pulled herself along the off-white halls, moving from handhold to handhold with the feeling of having woken from a long dream to find herself in some foreign station where she didn't belong. The mess hall had 6 people in it, but it was built for 30 or more. She pulled herself to a dispenser, but couldn't get food. It wanted an access code or ID match that she didn't have. She went to a corner by herself, bracing on a wall-mounted foothold, and waited without knowing what exactly she was waiting for. Her thoughts moved in the silence of other people's conversations. When, after an hour or so, Emma appeared, Naomi was almost surprised to see her. The woman pulled a double share of food and brought it over. "They've moved on," Emma said quietly. "Docked, ran down the whole fucking ship stem to stern, told the captain that he'd need to talk to someone at the transfer station, and gone." "Political officer," Naomi said. "I heard. We got word of one heading for the transfer station in Sol System 2, Earth." "Well, looks like we have political officers now," Emma said sourly. Naomi nodded with one fist. The crackdown was broad, then. A tightening of control over the whole transport union. More than that, it might be a sign that Duarte and his machinery were starting to suspect the transport union's role in smuggling the underground from system to system, or had other plans that wanted loyal and trusted eyes beyond the governors and their staffs. If they found the shell game, it could mean a serious retooling of their methods at best. At worst, the end of the underground. With Medina in control of the slow zone and their methods of transportation exposed, they were in real danger of becoming 1,300 fragmented, isolated movements, unable to support or help each other. "No one checked you, though," Emma said. "Oh, they checked her," a voice said behind them. The chief engineer floated over and took position beside them. "They caught her." Emma blanched. So apparently she hadn't been behind that. "I appreciate you covering for me," Naomi said. "It might be better for you if we just kept it at that. I don't want to get you in trouble." "Are you kidding?" the chief engineer said. "That was the best thing that's happened to me since I signed up for this hole. Seriously, it was my pleasure." "I appreciate your enthusiasm," but he handed her a card. "Override access to a private cabin and a commissary account," he said. "It's off the books, so even if there's an audit, it'll just come back as unused and overages." Naomi looked at it, then at him. "Never look a gift horse in the mouth," he said. It was bad advice. "I'm guessing there's something you'll want in return, because I think we're going to need to be very, very clear what that is." "No," the chief engineer said. "Nothing. You've already paid me out. I'm just glad I get the chance to hand some back." "Excuse me for being rude," Naomi said, "but I've never really trusted the whole kindness of strangers bit." "You're not a stranger," the chief engineer said. You're the reason I'm an engineer. My dad was a kid on Ceres when the Free Navy stripped it. You and your crew, you put your hands out in peace in the middle of a civil war. You built the transport union. As far as I'm concerned, we should kick the captain out of his quarters and give them to you. You more than earned them. Naomi reached for her hair, trying to pluck it down over her face, but Emma's haircut didn't leave enough for that. You know who I am, then? The chief engineer coughed out a laugh. Of course I do. Anyone in the belt's going to know Naomi fucking Nagata. It's just these Laconian fucks who can't see what they're looking at. And again, it's a real honor. Chuck, Emma said, and her tone made the word a warning. I won't say it again, the chief engineer, Chuck, said, lifting a hand. But don't either one of you worry. I'll get you shuttle access as soon as we're close to port. You're safe with me. Naomi nodded her thanks, and Chuck beamed. She saw now how young he was. His delight with himself made her heart ache a little. He'd gotten away with something, and his pride was bright enough to read by. She even had a sense of what she must look like through his eyes. A demigod. A figure from myth appearing in his life. A celebrity. God knew she'd seen enough people look at Jim with that expression. This must be what it had been like for him all those times. It was a feeling she could easily learn to hate. Chapter 16. Elvie. The ships were old transports that had been hauling people and supplies around Sol System's asteroid belt for a generation before the first gate opened. Elvie watched them being positioned near the surface of the Tacoma Ring Gate with the Falcon's highest power optical telescopes, and the images were still fuzzy. Both vessels were at most a few dozen meters top to bottom, and they were almost 1 billion kilometers away. If the Falcon's sensor arrays hadn't been orders of magnitude more sensitive than her eyes, they wouldn't have been anything close to visible. But she could make out the mechs and drones crawling over them, making the automated checks and last-minute verifications. Maneuvering thrusters bloomed and vanished as they shifted along the plating and drive cones, checking and double-checking that nothing would go wrong. There was deep irony in that, but if she thought about it too much, she just got angry. Hey, sweetie, Faya said from the doorway. Can I get you anything? Still no, just like 3 minutes ago, she snapped. She grunted, regret jumping into her throat just behind the words. Sorry, that was shitty. No, I see where you're coming from, her husband and intellectual companion of decades said. I'm hovering. Look. He let go of the handhold and floated free for a moment, grinning at his own physical pun. She laughed more at the grin than the joke. I'm fine, she said. Really, perfectly fine. Good, that's good. Because some people, when they almost die from being semi-drowned in half-alien goo while under a sustained high G burn, get a little rash or zits. Near death can really do terrible things for acne. I'm sorry I scared you, she said. I didn't mean to, really. But I'm fine now. Fayez pulled himself into the room, twisting ungracefully to hook his ankles around the wall footholds and absorb the momentum with his knees. He stood on the wall beside her, looking down at the images on her screen. I'm sorry, he said, that my deep existential panic at the prospect of your death hasn't faded as quickly as yours. It's okay. I probably wouldn't be as calm about it if it had been you. By the time I found out about it, I already wasn't dead. Doesn't really have the same punch when you miss all the will she or won't she clinging to life thing. Yeah, Faya said. I didn't love that part. I mean, in fairness, I don't love this part either. She put up her hand, and he wrapped his fingers in hers. It was how they always were. Decades of habit shrouded what they meant in humor and wit. But she knew his distress was real, and that her resentment of it wasn't really about him as much as the raw idiocy playing out near the transit ring. She took a long, deep breath and let it out slowly between her teeth. I feel stupid, she said. I really thought we were a scientific mission. Aren't we? She pointed one thumb toward the monitor. That's not science. Light shit on fire and see what happens isn't science. This is throwing dynamite into a pond to see if any fish float to the top. So, natural philosophy? Military bullshit. Solving every problem by trying to blow it up. Yeah, Fire said. Almost makes you wish you could quit, doesn't it? Elvie pushed back from the monitor. In free fall, it was only a gesture that she was disengaging.
Okay. I think that's all for today. I'm going to have something to eat because I'm starving. See you tomorrow maybe. Bye.